Okay, I guess that wasn't working. Whatever's going on with the hotkey, it's all good. Cam check, mic check. What is up, y'all? You've never caught a Monster Hunter stream? That's because you've been grinding it out on whatchamacallit. I see you on Discord. I'm glad you're enjoying it though. But with that being said, I look forward to seeing you in Wilds. So just saying, because I will be playing that. You pre-ordered? Not yet, but I'm going to. I am going to, so. Didn't think I was going to stream tonight to start tomorrow. Actually, I wanted to stream last night, but I was behind on the Maxroll guys and stuff. So I had to like literally pull like an all weekender trying to get everything done. Because there's always like things you don't foresee whenever you're working with WordPress. And I mean, literally I pulled, had to be at least 28, 29 hours this weekend on just WordPress and on the Maxroll guys. All 8 of them? 5 in-game, 3, yeah. 5 in-game, 3 leveling guides. So I also wasn't feeling well earlier today. So I wasn't even gonna try streaming that at all. But I'm like, you know what? I haven't seen you guys in a bit. I don't want people to think that I'm not playing the season tomorrow. It may sound silly, but I had people in my DMs earlier today. Not today, yesterday. Because, you know, the guys get updated like, or gets pushed through Saturday, Sunday, Monday for Maxroll. I guess people don't realize that those things kind of take time, and we're not going to override guys people who are still using the guys, because believe it or not, people are still looking at guys all the way up until the next season. So anyhow, someone in my Discord was like, are you going to update Reign of Arrows, or are you done with D4 and you no, how do I say the verbiage? Hold on. Let me see if I read it verbatim. Will you no, you will update your Reign of Arrows build for Rogue and D4, or you drop it and stay in PoE 2. I'm just like, bro, we haven't even like give us a couple of days, man. I know, like, give us a couple of days. Like, we're pushing out guys. We even said don't negotiate with terrorists. Darkless, what's going on? By the way, this will be a short stream though, so I don't think I'm streaming from now all the way to launch. I just kind of wanted to get on, say hi to everybody. Kind of crazy that all of you guys came on and within 23 minutes. This is those people I've seen in this short amount of time since like mid-November. I'm just like, where's everybody coming from? But I'm glad to see you guys here though. All right, we're gonna actually start with some planner stuff. I do want to test some things in the game, but we're gonna start with some planner shenanigans. While I'm snacking on my midnight snack, which my sleep schedule is so screwed up, man. With that being said, I'm gonna say this now, and I'm saying this because I love you guys. I won't be fully transitioning into Monster Hunter Wilds, but I do want you guys, even if it's not your audience or your type of game or whatever, just stop by and like check it out, just to see if you like, see if you like the vibe of me playing Monster Hunter. It'll mean like a ton to me. I'm not saying that, you guys are sticking around in a game you may or may not like, but give it a shot, because I really do want to play Monster Hunter. I want to stream Monster Hunter Wilds. I don't want to feel like I'm like forced to stream it or do it off stream because my stream numbers just take a complete dive. You know what I mean? And like, I get it, playing a different game, and it's not, people are just like, oh, he's not playing next game, I'm out, right? Like I said, I get it. I get it. I do that to some streamers too. Usually the streamers that kind of just like don't really interact with, but point being is I've done it too. I get it. I get it, right? But I do want to branch out and try different things, and I just kind of want to, see some of you guys, give it a shot and be like, I don't really care for this game, but it is the Oxide, and I see him trying to branch out, do a little something different as well. I'll stop by and say hi or something. You know what I'm saying? That's all. That's all I'm saying. Okay, my thing is actually bugging out. I don't know why. Also, by the way, the hardest thing I think the Reign of Arrows guide is the hardest thing I think I've ever had to like update in a guide and come up with a fun rotation that people aren't going to hate themselves trying to achieve. I spent a long time trying to pull every multiplier that I possibly can out of a not convoluted rotation, and I'm happy with the results. I think it's going to perform really, really well, even close to the most optimized super tryhard variation. We're talking about like maybe within like a tier of each other. But holy crap, man, it was so hard. Shadow Reaper says what? Trying to swap my sleep schedule over currently feeling the gate of pain. I feel you. But now that I'm on vacation, I'm putting in those hours. You've been there each time anyway, Machine. I think you show up. You show up no matter what. I wouldn't be surprised if like I didn't stream and you just showed up in the Twitch chat and just stayed there for a couple of hours, just in case somebody come in. You gotta put the band hammer on them, even when I'm not live. I appreciate you, bro. And that's all I'm saying. Just chilling till Monster Hunter WoWs. Looking forward to the new D4 season as weird as it may seem after PO2 came out. I mean, I was pretty excited. Not like overly excited, but I was pretty excited. I'm more excited now that I actually wrote the guides because now the builds are more fun than I thought they would be to play. I have to put them together and run them on Maxroll. I'm actually looking forward to playing a lot of builds. So I'm actually quite, not only that, but range play looks to actually be a thing. I actually didn't think it was going to happen because of one witchcraft power. The range play looks like it's going to actually be a thing. That's cool. So D4 played every season, but what does Blizzard have to do to make us want to play the entire season? It's impossible. It's literally impossible. There has not been a single game with seasons where the majority of the player base played the entire season. Like consistently the entire season, where that's the only game they play. It just doesn't happen. There's just not enough content for people to chew through no matter what game you play for an entire 3.5 months. You just can't. It's impossible to make that much content. So people play. So literally, the life of a season for a blaster is usually maybe 2 weeks to a month. A month, if you get up to a month or slightly more than a month, that's actually a huge W for any game with the season. Because the drop for the player base drops off very quickly after about usually the 2 week mark, no matter what game you play. That has a season. It just naturally happens. So you just can't. I will say that like adding more vertical progression would extend the life of a season for Diablo 4, maybe by another like couple of weeks or so. But you would never play D4 the entire season. You just won't. Or Path of Exile 2, Last Epoch, Fortnite, I don't know, Destiny. Like literally any game that has seasonal content, you're not going to play the entire season straight. And I'm glad that gives me chances to play other games. I mean, Not saying I wouldn't want to play some of those games like for a long period of time throughout, but sometimes you have like being able to get a break and be like, oh, that game just came out, I'm gonna play that. I can't do that if they found a way to, you know, hook me through an entire season. Then I'm like stuck playing that one game. So there's pros and cons to that, if that makes sense. Kill them all. Gonna be tomorrow. I'm already in bed. Oh, I think it's gonna be tomorrow already. Gotcha. I'm talking to kill them all. Serena Veros is the rogue build for new season. Honestly, rogues have 4 really strong builds. Rain of Arrows, Death Trap, Twisting Blaze, and Rapid Fire. Those are your 4 strongest rogue builds. So you really can't go wrong with any of the 4. However, let's not leave out the other builds, because it's not that the other ones aren't strong too, they're just not as strong as our top 4 builds. Speaking of Flurry, Heartseeker, Barrage are the next 3 that come in line after the 4 I mentioned. Honestly, any of the 7 you can't really go wrong with. Being honest, like if you choose to pick one of the 7 builds, you're gonna be pretty happy with your season, and they're fun to play. Now I know I have Pin Shot on the screen, and you're just like, well, what about Pin Shot? You know, you didn't say anything about Pin Shot. You got Pin Shot on the screen. Pin Shot has some things to prove to me first. It's like currently in B tier. There is a bug that I don't know if it's going to make it past PTR that does involve Eagle Horn. I don't want to talk about it quite yet until I can confirm it when it goes live. That might make it better than what it is. But yeah. I'm actually looking forward to playing the Heartseeker, honestly, with the clone. Extremely fast. It's going to be a lot of fun to play. Like I said, I'm actually excited for a lot of these builds. Rapid Fire is actually a true range build now. Rain of Arrows is a true range build. Pin Shot is a true range build now. As in, like, you go in melee range, you lose some, like, pretty big damage bonuses or whatever. TB is back, yeah. Now, it is poison TB, so I'm not saying, I would say, like, anything that isn't poison TB would be okay. Like, I'm going to make a TB build myself, but it's going to be physical. I don't really, not that poison is bad by any means, because poison is obviously the best way to build it. I just never like poison builds in general. So, other than toxic growth on PoE, which, ironically, I can't believe a game has gotten me to play a poison, somewhat of a poison setup somewhere, even though I didn't do any damage over time. But I almost never play poison anywhere, and PoE 2 actually got me to play a poison build. I never thought I'd see a game that has like got me into, hey, come play this, man. So a nod to PoE 2 there, I will say. I think I'm gonna get the Twist and Blaze one. Yeah. Well, when I play TB, I'm gonna play physical, and since I don't really do any pushing, there's really no reason for me to go poison, because physical would be faster for speed farming anyway for most content, because you don't have to wait for poison stacks or anything. But like, for high tier picks, obviously poison is just considerably better. Like, but I don't really play TB in like a serious manner. It's always kind of one of those, I'm bored, I got some TB gear, let's kind of put it together and let's have some fun with it for like a couple of days or whatever. But now that we have the armory, I'm looking forward to making a bunch of builds and saving them, including this right here, Invigorating Strike build. Speaking of which, I actually need to go back to Season 6 Heartseeker and make a Victimize variant. I got a couple of messages from people concerned about the fact that I made the original guide for Heartseeker, like close quarters combat and not Victimize. Artificial behavior? No. Nope. You just gotta hope that they actually do what they're supposed to do, which is gonna be very interesting. But for some builds, it derping and hitting things elsewhere is actually a good thing for some builds because it extends your AoE for builds that are more single target, like let's say Shadow Clone. No, sorry, Heartseeker. Right? I generally don't want them to hit the same target unless it's just them by themselves. Like that one target there. I want the Shadow Clone to hit other targets. Just makes for a faster speed farming. So I actually want the Shadow Clone to go do his own thing. But for something like Rapid Fire, well, actually, Rapid Fire would actually be fine too with that because it actually gets the Scoundrel's Kiss buff too as well. So I actually don't mind it hitting his own random stuff either. But Barrage is bad. Like Shadow Clone for Barrage is just because you can't really shotgun, and that's a problem. Like the Shadow Clone is not a shotgun. So the Maxroll build guide page down. I don't know. I haven't tried to get on it. Is it showing you an error right now? Let me see. Usually when that happens, is usually like lots of people are trying to access the page at once or whatever. Yeah, it's working for me. Yeah, it's working for me. Try it again. I do need to make a Victimize Heartseeker though. I did promise I would on the guide for those who don't care for close quarters combat. So, all right. What would I change? Actually, wait a minute. Let's just save this. Call it 7 Heartseeker Victimize. Now let's make some changes. I logged in to mess with D4 a little bit before Pastor Mar. I forgot to clean the combat. Yo, I did that a little bit too to test some things. And yeah, the game doesn't get enough credit for how good the combat actually feels, which is, I guess, fair-ish because of all the other problems that kind of creep up with the game. But I mean, it does feel really good to kill stuff. The game looks great, and it feels very smooth. Did you click the build guys at the homepage? Okay. Oh. Okay. Melee's the only choice. Let's do in game, see what happens. No. LeMayo. Okay, nothing happens. All right. Yeah, you're right. Are you on the Maxroll Discord? If so, go to D4 feedback channel and make mention to that there. Let's see if we can get Silent to look at it. That's weird that it's that way though. This is probably not the time for that to be down, to be honest with you. I wonder if the clone actually get, well, I guess it doesn't really matter on Victimize. Having that vulnerable damage is still pretty important. I kind of want to see if I can go to like bow, but 114% vulnerable damage is quite nice. You start planning on what to play. What build and what class are you looking for? I'll see if I can try to get like a backlink or something. You going Necro? Of course. Of course you are. I guess messing, yeah. Was it Bloodwave? Rogue? What build are you looking for in Rogue? Or what builds are you looking for? Yeah, for starting, I'm just not sure. What is going to be my farming build on Necro? Anything that can clear 100s? I mean, that's like, that's almost, there's like 8 rogue builds that can do that. Like pretty easily. Like, I don't think, obviously, Rain of Arrows, Death Trap, Twisting Blades, both Twisting Blades, Poison Imbue, and Physical can do it. Rapid Fire, Heartseeker, Barrage, Flurry, Pen Shot, all of them can do that. Pretty convincingly too. The metric has kind of gone, higher. What's the fastest of all of them? Anything under 5 minutes? I'm pretty sure any of them can do that in under 5 minutes on T100s, but however, some of them might take a little more gear, like later in the gearing process to reach that speed. But your top 4 that's going to do that, that's going to get there quicker to be able to do like 100s in under 5 minutes would be Rain of Arrows, Death Trap, Twisting Blades, Rapid Fire. The others might take a little bit more gear to be able to do the same thing. Super stoked about TB being back. Can I please, if I don't mind, link you to Rain of Arrows build here? Sure. Let me see if I have it up before. I'm trying to see how to navigate that without running into the problem. Crap. Oh, I have an idea. I can't show you though. King stays with the sub, appreciate you. You wonder if Rogue is as high up as Maxroll has it. You mean like an S tier? You mean like the 4 builds that's an S tier? Yeah. I mean, it's not Necro levels, or that one Necro build, not Necro levels, but that one Necro build. No, I don't think. There might be 2 or 3 builds that can comfortably do 150s on, like, in the game. But according to our metrics, whatever like that, like where we have it, I can't talk about it. Unfortunately, though, those 4 rogue builds are past that metric. Some of them will, 2 of them might reach somewhere in like the mid 140s or whatever. Like low 140s, maybe mid 140s, just depending on a couple of factors that wasn't thoroughly tested on PTR. Yeah. Just keep in mind that like we didn't want to do an S plus tier anymore. So the S tier is kind of a pretty wide margin, honestly, or I don't say wide margin, but wider than I would like, I think. Given that a few builds are kind of outliers. But outside of the 2 or 3 builds that can like, decimate 150s, everything else is like within similar range of each other in S tier. So ideally you would have put those 3 builds on like S plus tier, but we voted to not do that. Like a group vote. So more people said no. Because I suspect that people are going to have some of the same feelings that you just mentioned almost, in a sense. I think 2 of the builds might be deserving of that. The other 2 is like kind of like bottom S tier, but like just kind of made it in sort of thing. But it's hard to like gauge that, right? All right, King Slays, here you go. That should be a direct link for you. What's going on with Maxroll? Can't see any bills. I don't know. I don't know what's happening with the you have to go through the home tab. That's strange. It's weird how bills in S tier has as big as a gap as bills in A and B tier. Actually, A and B tier are closer. So like A and B are closer than the bills that are at the top and bottom of S. So A and B are like as close as B and C, as close as C and D, etc. But S has a wider margin just because by that point, like you've already invalidated the game by the time you get to S tier. That I think that's kind of the reason why they prefer to have a bigger range in S tier. But I would say A, B, and C tier are considerably closer in range. What would you say is the most important aspect for leveling for Rain of Arrows? You will need the following. You will need Word of Hakan, Shard of Varathiel, and I want to say you need Sky Hunter. You can probably do it without Sky Hunter, but I wouldn't recommend doing it without Sky Hunter. You'll run into a lot of hatred issues. Not hatred, sorry. You run out of energy issues. Run into energy issues. I guess you could do that with Beast Wall, but you don't really want to circumvent that. So Sky Hunter, Word of Hakan, Shard of Varathiel. Shard of Varathiel might be the harder one to get just because you got to go to Infernal Hordes a bit to hopefully get some RNG to get that. But the other 2 are considerably easier to grab one of them. Like just grab a single unique. Yeah. But overall, though, I will say to Booty, like I said, it's a group vote on some things. So I don't necessarily agree with all the changes we might make regarding that. However, it is a vote count, so it's kind of like, the majority is like we feel like the majority feels a certain way, and that's fine. Like I mean, I don't think it's not a bad thing. I kind of like the idea that we all have an input, but I think one of the biggest things too, I think for non-blasters, I guess you could say, is the fact that now you can solo level your gems, like your glyphs, on a lot of different builds. Whereas before it was kind of like good luck getting your glyphs to 100 on any of the class of Spiritborn early on. So that's and also just XP farming too is a lot better across all the classes going forward for those who care about the Paragon thing. Personally, I don't, but I totally understand those who do. All right. Let me figure out what I want to do with this here. I got Minerizer, Barrier. Where's whatchamacallit? I'm really just wondering just to do a bow, just for the fun factor. Yeah, you lose some vulnerable damage, but people aren't gonna really like play this like that. X. I thought Rain of Rails doesn't get buffed by distance damage anymore. You don't know where you saw I read that? Yeah, that's not true. It definitely does. What they did was they nerfed the percent of distant damage you get as a multiplier for Rain of Rails. So it went from 100% to 80%, which isn't really a big nerf at all. And I actually kind of agree with it because Rain of Rails was kind of ridiculous. Maybe a little less now considering what Necro and maybe Druid is doing. But at the time, I was just like, yo, this is just insane. It was just insane. Am I already playing season 7? Yeah, this is the yeah, I'm like 5 hours into season 7 build guide, build planner. Everybody else is like doing their build planners like before season hit. I'm doing mine in the season like right now currently. It'll be interesting with this Spiritborn lands. Not as strong as the devs claim. At least that's what we think. But maybe they know something we don't. But no, Josh, I'm not playing season 7 yet. I don't know if there's anything else I kind of want here. I think it's going to have to be Retribution regardless. Those Spiritborn Legend, I think is fixed. Well, Kepaleki got hit pretty hard. It wasn't just so like in terms of numbers is concerned, that actually got hit as well. At least so I was told. I don't play Spiritborn, so I don't know. But I was told that yeah the Kepaleki got hit pretty hard. Yeah, so I guess we'll go the more fun route with this. Although I don't think most of this changes though. Definitely gonna need Ring and Starless guys though. still. Victimize is just not like Victimize in general. Just didn't really get much at all going into this season. Like a lot of things just don't. A lot of the new stuff or changes don't really scale well with Victimize in general. Other than the fact that Shadow Clone can proc like a hit, sure, true, but given the fact that they reduced the window of explosions to like 0.25 versus 0.25 or 0.2, I think, versus it being 0.5, it means you can't load up your back damage as much as you could before. And this season would have been a great time to do it, even if it would have felt clunkier, because Shadow Clone can contribute. But with the 0.2 time frame, just depending on where your Shadow Clone shoots, it's just not. You're not gonna get much. I don't know. When I played on the PTR, I was not impressed at all. I was actually quite disappointed. But close quarters combat, Heartseeker felt way better, which I was quite surprised by. Look forward to playing the Renoville build next season again. It's going to play a little differently. I would say a little. I would say a bit differently. I spent a lot of time making sure that Renoville's on Maxroll is a playable build by, people can actually like play the build, like the actual rotation. That was really hard to do. Because technically the most optimal rotation is very very hard. But what I did do though is luckily the next optimal rotation is considerably easier to manage. Still not easy, but considerably easier to manage. And it's like maybe one tier behind the most ridiculously tryhard setup. So I just don't think the tryhard setup is really worth unless you're trying to push one extra tier a pit, maybe, if that. So maybe the 0.001% of players might want to, do that. But yeah, I was worried at first. I'm just like, man, this is not gonna go well. Yeah, this is not gonna go well at all. Cause how am I gonna explain this rotation? Like, what the hell? So I'm glad it worked out, and it's a true range build. Like you kind of need to keep your distance. Well, not kind of, but you do need to keep your distance for the buffs. Do you guys know anything about season journey starter stuff or where some of these new unis drop? Nope. We've asked. No words from it. If I knew, I would tell you. Yeah, see, like I said, this stuff just doesn't really scale, man. So now I ended up with, wait, how did I end up with 10 points? I guess we can throw him back in the Dark Shroud. We'll get some defense, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's how we're gonna have to do it. Although I guess the question Shadow Step down. Is there anything else I can do? Guess we can go. I was gonna say smoke screen concealment. Yeah, I honestly don't know how to make this any cooler. I'm about to recheck my breakpoints though, because I took off the crossbow. I guess this is maybe this is just easier than I thought it was gonna be. But I was hoping for like something spicy. Like, ooh, let's do that. The necropants only drop from horrors are gonna be a bitch to Why do we use shard and random arrows? Go to the facts section. I wrote like 3 paragraphs. In fact, actually, we could probably do it together. Yeah, here we go. Why are we no longer using Flurry? Why shard of Arathia? What happened? This is a lot to write about. Flurry no longer stacks precision when it would crit. That was part of a bug, and the main reason why Flurry worked. Keeping Flurry now and doing 1-to-1 means you'll get precision proc every 4th Rain of Arrows. Rain of Arrows itself gives 1 stack, which is horrible. And we ruined the new 50% multi on the amulet being in close range. Other solutions come with their own set of problems. You can do away with the basic attack and go with, let's say, Barrage. But Barrage can consume the precision stack, so keeping track of your stacks in the middle of a battle when it's already hard to see, it is not feasible for a guide. You can also run into a resource issue after casting Rain of Arrows with Beastfall boots. So the second and third Barrage shot takes a bit longer to happen, making Heartseeker with Shard, I should have embedded that actually, Heartseeker with Shard a more effective option despite losing the sword slot. We do gain the boost slots back because there's no need for Beastfall boots. Then there's the ultra tryhard way, coming soon in progression tab, in which we keep both Barrage and Heartseeker. Use Barrage only after a Rain of Arrows cast to trip Beastfall boost, then 2 shots of Heartseeker, then a smoke grenade for dance, then Rain of Arrows. That's the super tryhard rotation if you want to keep the sword slot. This way we keep the sword slot and no accidental precision procs on Barrage, but this rotation is very complicated and prone to errors just trying to remember the order. While this is the most optimal way to play, it's only slightly better than Heartseeker with Shard of Arathia and requires a lot more work. This is definitely not something I could recommend as a main version of the guide. So I'm went into grave detail explaining that choice just because it's, yeah. It's a good question though. Like, I mean, it's people remember it being one way and it's like, wait, what happened? So I get it. So level Barrage, then Rapid, then Rain of Arrows. You can do that, yeah. Or I mean, honestly, you can level with any rogue build and just farm for Rain of Arrow pieces. Like, so you can go Dance of Knives, spin the wind for a bit, and just farm and just, you know, hold on to whatchamacallits. Okay, so I'm looking forward to play the TB build. So I will say, I'm gonna be honest with you. The rotation on Maxroll, at least the one that I did, it's not that complicated. It's not as free flowing as it once was, but it's not like I said, this is what stressed me out the most. Just trying to figure out a way to be able to make it smooth for people to play. But it hits like a truck. Like when you do the buffs properly, this thing like a single wave of Rain of Arrows is just, I mean, it's just ridiculous. So it's well worth, you know, the simpler rotation, I'll put it that way. And this part you can kind of don't have to worry about unless you're fighting a boss or something, like the pit boss or something like that. You don't have to worry about trying to have the upkeep on dance or whatever, because everything is just going to die with the regular Rain of Arrows anyway. So it's not until you reach the pit boss you have to worry about trying to pop a smoke grenade or a dark shroud right before casting Rain of Arrows for the buff. You can actually do without for the majority of your runs, and of course for speed farming. Anyways, where was I at? Oh yeah. I don't have any imbuements in this build either, so I can't imitate. Actually, I wonder if it can imitate cold clip. Not that it matters on Victimize Heartseeker, I guess. I'm just curious, just cause I might want to maybe use this for close quarters combat Heartseeker. I forgot about that, honestly, but I think if cold clip works for that, that would be actually quite a bit of a nice buff. Actually, I wonder if I can run this with. Is there a way to get enough cooldown to run this with Inner Sight and still use No Witness, and then pick up an extra damage buff with True Sight? I'd have to get rid of the Starless guys though to do it. Let me not worry about it. My brain's gonna start hurting. Let's see, poison. I will just use this. It's fine. Speaking of which, I don't know which level I'm going to actually do this time around. I almost always go Barrage first. But this time around, I don't know. I might switch it up. I might actually do spin the win. Who knows? Switch it up. You know, kind of hang around on the wild side. Renavero carry 4-man party on Uber Bossy 4, yes. Easily. Anything at S tier can do that. Anything at A tier can do that too. Basically, S and A, anything at S and A tier can carry a 4-man party for bosses. Even some B tier builds that are more single target based can do that too. Like Pinshot can technically do that with good gear. I'll put it to you this way. Reign of Arrows can carry a 4-man party now. Like in current live season, season 6, it does that now easily. Now imagine Reign of Arrows being 30-something tiers stronger. 30-something pit tiers stronger than it is currently. Well, maybe not 30-something. Let's go, say about 20. Between 20 and 25 pit tier stronger. So if we can do that now, okay, so a Paragon, Red should clear 145 easily. I wouldn't say easily, but that at that point it's going to depend on the player, because Reign of Arrows is one of those builds where, unlike in previous seasons with mini builds, there was no incentive to stay range or play range at all. And however, we do have the new passive Deadeye, which is actually quite nice, but it's not something that you're forced into. The problem comes in when on Reign of Arrows, unlike the other builds, your distant damage is bolted onto your word of a con. So it's not like you can take it or not. So to get that 50% multiplier, you have to stay range. So I think people who are choosing to to push pit with Rain of Arrows is gonna have to be those who understand how far distance is, like, because we're so used to not caring because there was no reason to care. Now there is. So this is definitely going to be player induced in terms of how far someone goes with Rain of Arrows in that sense, which I think will be pretty cool. It'd be pretty cool to kind of see differences of someone being able to like pilot the character well versus then just slamming themselves into a bunch of mobs and hoping everything dies. So I mean, this is the first season I think where there's enough incentive to play something other than jump into a tire pack sort of thing. I don't like the fact that they put this on the amulet, the distant damage multiplier, because that forces people to do it. But I do like the idea of this, where it's a choice, where it's like, oh well, you don't have to take it if you don't want to and put the points elsewhere, but 40% is enough of an incentive to try if you want to. How far apart are TB and Rain of Arrows? I don't know. It just depends on whether one or two things work or not. That wasn't thoroughly tested. With that being said, Rain of Arrows is stronger than TB. Not by a lot though. Like thing is that like if you like TB, Poison TB, like play Poison TB. Like you're gonna have a great time this season. I mean, Poison TB will definitely reach 130 plus, no problems. Can you level with Rain of Arrows? No. Absolutely not. Christopher, appreciate the follow. Cope TV, what's going on? Speaking of which, I need my whatchamacallit. Alright. We're going back to okay. Now I need to figure out my breakpoints with the bow. I'm gonna remove Moonrise. Ring has 19. That's a 25.4. That's probably definitely not enough. Nothing on the amulet. Got enhance, elixir, shred of Varathiel. And that's it. Okay, so 91.3 first category, 71 second category. We hit the 12 frames. Oh, wait a minute. Forgot about this. 67.5. Oh, okay. That's simple. Oh, gloves. Yeah, 12.6 gloves. 12 point. This should be fun. Yeah. No, wait. Ain't no way. Oh, I was at 13 frames, not 12 frames. Okay. Now I'm at 12 frames. Yeah. I don't know if it's important to stress trying to go to 11 frames without like giving up an aspect to do it. 12 might just be good enough. I guess I could. Yeah, I guess I can give it up on. Do I really need the extra lucky hit chance here? Puts me at what? 47.3. Can you play D4 base game? Where do you need the expansion? No, you can play the base game. You can still play the base game and have seasonal stuff. Obviously, you can't play Spiritborn and the new areas and the new runes or whatever without the expansion, of course. But you can still get you can still play seasons with the base game. Okay, that barely gets me to 11 frames. Okay. I mean, I guess it works. All I gotta do is get you there, right? Whether you actually reach there it's a different ordeal on itself, but my job is just to get you there. Good luck getting there, though. I'll do that. Appreciate the follows. Is Witch Season introducing Witch Doctor to D4? It's got some Witch Doctor powers. Piranado is actually super cool. When I was playing with it on PTR, it's actually a really cool power. Better than it was in D3, technically. Not as visually cool looking as it was in D3, but the functionality is definitely better. Okay, that puts me at 100. Actually, am I overcapped? Okay, well, yeah, I'm overcapped, but I guess that's some headroom. I guess we'll be fine. All right, let's take a look at the Paragon board now. Do I need this anymore? I don't think so. So no witness gives, yeah, because diminishes here. That's right. I can't go cheap shot anymore. Because you have to be at a distance. With the Deadeye buff, the Deadeye is quite good, so I guess we could just look at it as like a failsafe. If you reach melee range on accident, you get cheap shot buff. I don't know. I don't think I want to describe it that way though. Actually, Deadly Ambush would actually be a good one. It's not like we could throw cow traps now. That's and the buff works on. Yeah. All right, so we'll just remove cheap shot. I'm gonna throw a headhunter here, I guess. You've been ignoring your phone completely. I ignore my phone all the time. People get mad at me. The hype for D4 is so dead since TOE 2 came out. I guess it just depends. It just depends on the community you hang out in. If you it's weird because I thought the same thing too until I logged into the game. Like I logged into the game itself, and quite a few people were still playing in the game. Like the general chat was still like flowing with different people talking, which is quite strange to me, considering that like, bro, it's like 3 days before the season is over, and y'all still playing this. Y'all still going ahead of this season. Like what do y'all have left to do right now? But in the chat though, people seem to be pretty excited about season 7 coming. Not all things though. I mean, there was obviously some criticism still, but just the general consensus, especially the armory and the witch power, seem to be pretty popular amongst the people still playing the game. But I will say that you will see people come back and play. Now how long they'll play is one thing, but people will come back and like give it a shot. Because there are some good things for going for a season 7. And honestly, had it not been, if let's say there wasn't another action RPG, aka Path of Exile 2, that obviously got a lot of attention for good reason, definitely for good reason, and I think actually there would be a bit more satisfaction going into season 7 in a sense. But obviously when you have something else that's new to play, you may not care about the old thing, and there's just quite a bit of that too. I have to say, I'm enjoying PvP, but most of the community are elitist assholes. I've kind of experienced a couple of a bit of that too. It doesn't really bother me though, because I mean, it's an action RPG, so when people try to pretend like their game, or people who say my game, somehow matters more, it's just comical. I like the game. I had a lot of fun playing the game. But this whole ideology where it's like I'm better because I play this game, in a sense, or if you don't know a lot about the game, or if you criticize the game and you didn't play Path of Exile 1 or something, like if you make any sort of criticism, the gloves are off, it seems. Now, if you play Path of Exile 1 a lot, you're free to criticize Path of Exile 2, but if you didn't, people get real upset, which I think is quite wild. But nah. But yeah, it's not. I'll put it this way. Obviously, not everybody, not the entire PvP2 communities, elitist or unhelpful or not nice. I mean, there are people I met that who were very nice and helpful and things. The unfortunate part is that some of the more popular PvP2 influencers, quote unquote, kind of have that sort of cloud, and that just seeps down because they are like that, then their community's like that, and then therefore, since they play a lot, it just makes it appear that a lot of people are like that. So, regardless of some of the community sentiment, average user count monthly in D4 is 1 million plus in our season since launch. I mean, I'm not surprised by that. Diablo 3 is kind of like that too. There's still a pretty significant portion of gamers that still play Diablo 3 now. And I was surprised to see the figures for that too. But when you watch videos, or you're on X or whatnot, you would think that all the games are dead, that they all died, but the people who don't care about that stuff, specifically more so the casual players, right, are not the ones on social media having an opinion, whether good or bad, right? So they don't care about what people are saying on Reddit, X, or like that, because they're not there. They're in the game playing, right? So it's crazy to see how what we do, especially as content creators, or people who hang out with content creators, like streams or whatever, we're actually a very small minority of the whole community, like an extremely small part of the pie. But we are definitely the most vocal by far. Boiler, what's up, man? What is up, sir? I am making up some variations at the moment. All my guys are done, but I like to give variations to guys, like, especially if I know like a playstyle might not be for everyone. It's like, oh, well, you can do this variant instead. One I know is going to be like that is Heartseeker for sure, because people like playing it, you know, at a distance or whatever. And generally, yes, so do I. But close quarters combat Heartseeker just feels so good, even though I'm a range dude. But man, but I am gonna still make the range Victimize version, which is what I'm doing right now. For those who just, you know, it's just like, nah, bro, like you've been done for a while, but I guess just stay up and wait for reviews. Yeah, I put it all week in there for my stuff. I always tell myself that I'm gonna like work on it slowly each time, like every day. It's like, oh, I'm gonna do a little bit slowly here, a little bit there. And I kind of did that for the planners. So the planners, I think for the planners, I do them early enough, and then I sleep on it, and then I come back to it, and I'll be like, huh, maybe that's not a good idea in a sense. And then I'll play around with it some more, just because I don't just one do all the planners, because you're gonna always make a mistake or not see something or whatever. So I always come back to the planners over a course of like, you know, a week or two. But the actual like writing on WordPress is always like a week, like an entire weekend's event. And I hate myself for it every time, and I do it every single season. Every season. I always get it done though, so thankfully it's like never a problem. But it's like, you know, it's one of those things where it's just like, am I gonna ever like change out of that? And it's like, nah, probably not. That's just how it's gonna be. I had nobody to talk to, Boiler, and the Maxroll channels. Usually people will be up with me during the weekend, including you sometimes. We would sit there and chat. Like legit, no one was in the chat. I was like, I got nobody to complain with. Mainline was going on. Just got back from vacation. Did I give up on PoE 2? No, I played about 200 hours of PoE 2. I definitely did not give up on PoE 2. I just don't have anything else really that I want to do in PoE 2. I'll wait for more things that will change like builds or maybe a new classes or whatnot. But I had fun. I definitely will go back and play again sometime in the future, of course. I'm coming back for D4 to play. I'm not sure how long, but I'm enjoying both PoE 2 and D4. I'm actually honestly looking at this season having a little more on longevity than last season for me. Mainly because one, the armory, two, the witch powers are actually good. The more I've been doing with this, the more I realize that the witch powers are actually kind of cool. As a seasonal concept, theme, etc. The biggest thing is the armory though, and a lot of like the class changes or whatnot. There are a lot of builds I want to play, so I'm gonna be playing a lot to play all these different, like at least 7 different rogue builds I want to play. And then I actually want to play Druid. I'm gonna play some Shred. I know it's probably not that great or whatever, but it looks super cool, so I'm gonna do it anyways. And then probably Ball Lightning on Sork at some point. So all of that, and also make video guides and stuff for Rogue is probably gonna take me about a month to kind of like chew through all that. Hey, I did do Landslide. I did Landslide. So, however, I do think that like with Monster Hunter Wilds around the corner, like February 28th, that'll give me just enough time to blast D4 before I jump into some Monster Hunter Wilds. Which rogue build would you recommend for controller players that has brain dead resource management? Dance of Knives? Dance of Knives, Heartseeker. Don't want to say Twisting Blades. I guess you could. No, not Twisting Blades. Dance of Knives, Heartseeker would be your easiest bet, honestly, for like very little management. Like super easy to play. Yeah, those popular PoE streamers make videos saying GGG must nerf sort one-shotting boss, must stop, and then they play the same build every day, one-shotting boss, milking the gains for fortune. Well, I mean, I don't really see that anything weird about that, honestly. I think people who want to play efficiently and they want to impress their stream, where, you know, the people who are in the stream is like, hey, look at his build doing. He's like one shot in the universe. It's like, cool, I want to play that. And then, you know, you link the guide to the, you link your guide to the players and whatnot, and they're super happy about it and whatnot. But you can still complain about it and still milk it for content and stuff. I think many people do that in many different action RPGs, so I'm not surprised by that. However, yeah, that's all I'm gonna say about that. Difference between D4 and D3 is a total number of users, but the monthly and daily it's a super steady. Yeah, most people are not on watching or Reddit or any stuff. Us people who are watching or following guys is just a small percentage of the player base. Yep, I said it all the time, but you know, there is a group of players who just don't believe me when I say that. And I guess it's not terrible. It's not terribly easy to believe, considering that is like all you see on the internet is how bad something is or how good something is, right? And not realizing that that's like the vocal minority, because you don't get to see the vast majority because you're not there. You're like on the internet where the vast majority are not. I won't say on the internet, not, but like, you know, they're in the game doing the thing. But you can't use streamers or Twitch metrics or whatever. None of those tell the actual story. I don't know where I want to go with this. I already applied vulnerable. Let me take a look at my whatchamacallit. I can't really get any cool stuff out of this. I am a group. Yeah, like none of these really. Probably that's it. Duststone and Fair in the Bog.
Yo, Dark Side, we just got raided, son.
What up, sir?
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What's going on?
You raided my stream with 43 viewers.
What's happening, man? I almost thought you was just gonna stay up. Didn't you do that like for a couple of seasons where you start your stream super early and it's like you've been on for like 10 hours and then you just go straight into the season. New season out? No. It'll be out in like 11 hours. 11 hours. But what up, y'all? I'm not doing much of anything more so than just looking at different variations for builds and guides I've already done. So that's kind of all I'm doing at the moment. I might go inside the game to test something because I 80% sure something works, but I want to go in the game and like reconfirm that because I don't think anyone else has done any testing on it. So I think I might want to go do that. What build am I going to level with? I don't know. Appreciate the follow. I almost always level with Barrage, but I think I might actually switch it up and do some spin to win. Maybe. I haven't decided. Spin to win is so easy and just easy. So I don't know. I might. We'll see though. Okay, so I need growth and decay stuff. I think literally I might just throw some random growth and decay stuff because there's nothing that I really care about. Just Hexa Whisper, sure. Would do Soul Harvest, but you are playing at a distance though, so. Crap, I just realized something. I don't have oh, that is it. Well, growth and decay as a hex. I wonder if the frog can park. Weird question. I don't know if Panda and Boiler might know this. Can the frog proc lucky hit? Just out of curiosity, does anyone know? I literally didn't even think about it. Like some of the runes do for some powers or whatever. But I wonder if some of these have like a lucky hit coefficient that we don't know. Because if so, the frog would be. What was the question? Can the frog proc lucky hit? Or any of the hex powers or whatever? Like, is there any lucky hit proc coefficient on any of these? Because it'd be really cool if it did, for at least for the crowd. That has to give me something cool to do on this variation. Because right now I don't have anything cool. Everything's very. I'm only taking it because it gives me the tag. The service or summon, so I think so. All right, well, we're gonna just go for it. I mean, it makes sense. That makes sense because the summons now proc lucky hit, so Shadow Clone should proc lucky hit now, and it does obviously. And okay, yeah, I guess we can. All right, well, maybe we're on to something kind of neat, I guess. You know what? I guess it doesn't really matter what the last part I take here. Can't really do Soul Harvest here though. Like I wanna. I really wanna, but like I take it on the original close quarters combat, but people are gonna want a range thing. They don't want to jump in and do that. Not on this setup, so I guess we'll go grow. It's a whole wish thing, a new expansion. No, but it's actually pretty involving for a season theme. It's I don't think people really know like This is definitely one of the cooler season themes. I'll put it that way. That they've done. It just doesn't, people are just don't really know much about it because most people who were playing PTR or doing anything in the PTR only play for like 3 days before Path of Exile 2 early access came out. So it's like there's just not much information or people talking about it, obviously because of the other game, which makes sense, obviously. But the season 7's powers is actually kind of cool. One of the better design themes so far. So okay, what else do I want? Okay, I don't really think I have anything else here. I guess I can get a barrier or fortify. I went with the aura. I went with that. I really wonder how much damage like some of these unique powers actually do at the end of the day. Alright, so let's do a 25 increase direct damage. That should work for Victimize, right? At least if the clone does. If the clones hit. This is direct damage. That should apply. Yeah, I'm always jamming unique powers for tags. I just wonder, like, I wonder how well they is gonna scale. Because I mean, I think devs have to know by now that people are just gonna just pick buffs usually, like a way to buff your character or defense, but mainly offensive like multipliers, which is what we always go for. But like if some of the actual like powers can actually deal respectable damage in some way, that'd be kind of nice. However, I think the biggest problem actually, honestly, Boiler comes from just the scaling of T4 and high level pit, right? So like obviously the scaling between T4 and like pit 150 is just so large that if the scaling wasn't nearly as large, then some of these unique powers dealing damage, like just actually dealing damage, would feel a lot better. But they're gonna fall off, most likely, because they're not gonna let like a wish power just one shot entire screens in T4. Maybe, I don't know, but in order for it to be useful in like 130 plus or something, like they gotta do like ridiculous amount of damage, which I just don't see. But I mean, who knows? I think I will do the hex thing. Yeah, I think that's probably the best I'm going to be able to do here with this. Got the Paragon. One of where it's going to wind up bug and do kick it damage. Probably. Will Brown, what's going on, man? Long time no see. I know. Welcome back, y'all. I jumped back into D4 and, quite a few of y'all back in the fold. Welcome back, y'all. Came back halfway through the season, saw my friend doing a trillion damage. You know what's funny, DG thing? Most of your geared out Spiritborn players, if they were only doing trillions of damage, they'd be very disappointed. If you're not at least doing quintillions of damage, you weren't geared right on Spiritborn. Quadrillions into the quintillions. So yeah, if it was just doing trillions, that was considered bad on Spiritborn. That's how loud it was. No, I think that's it. I think we are done for this. I gotta check my resistances though. So 24 resist. So this would give you 67. We also have the follower too. So the mercenary. I guess it's not that bad. How much armor do we got though? 712. Okay, so we can kind of give up. Well, not a whole armor roll, but whatever. We'll just let the follower make up the rest of it. Actually, how much health do we got? Yeah, we can just go all res here as a buffer. And that allows us to go straight dex here. Same thing here. 6k maximum life is enough. Guess we'll have perma barrier too. Which build am I playing tomorrow? I'm gonna try to spec into Render Rails. You can't start with it. It's an in-game build only. But yeah, my in-game build will be in Render Rails first. What numbers you think we'll be seeing this season on average? It's hard to say. I mean, still quadrillions amount of damage, aka blood wave. Because I mean, there'll be a couple of builds that will be able to do 150s, or hit 150 comfortably. So yeah. Now on average, yeah, I would say the good builds will definitely see trillions. Which I don't know. The damage numbers are wild. I wish they would do something. Like, I said do something, but like, I don't know. It's numbers have no meaning anymore. Numbers don't have no meaning. It's just okay, I don't need crowd control duration. Can go barrier again. And then sorry, nothing else here I care about, but we'll do I guess we'll do Shadow Clone cooldown reduction. Might as well get more unstoppable. Speaking of which, do I really even need Shadow Step then? I guess so. I guess why not? Because the only other option I have is concealment. You know what? Just to shake things up, why not? Why the hell not? There we go. We'll throw in some buffs. There we go. Just to make the skill bar look a little different. Well, swap skills. Like, yo, check this out. Let's move that here. Now it looks like a different build, even though it's really not. You actually missed the big numbers. I don't know, man. I feel like I feel like after a certain point, they just start to lose their meaning in general. Because it's just so high that like looking at a damage number that's like 144 trillion versus like 139 trillion, you're just like so numb to the fact that you know, you know what I mean? Like at that point, you don't even care. You know what I'm saying? But something like maybe like 10,000 to 20,000, where the value is more significant because the number is not nearly as high. Like that looks like you're progressing. It's like, oh, I'm now hitting for 20,000 instead of 10,000. Like you, there's a dopamine hit there. But like you get some upgrades, and if you're already dealing like 562 trillion, and now you're dealing 580 trillion, you don't really feel that same. You know what I mean? Like you just don't care anymore. Just as long as they were, just as long as they get one shot at you can stop caring about like the actual damage number, except for the one super high quintillion, or you know, a number with like 44, like 40 something zeros, and then you take a screenshot and post it to your friend and say you broke the game. That's probably the only case for, you know, damage numbers having any meaning right now. It's for like memes and stuff. Past that point, I just think they're just all right. I think I might actually do this on the back end of WordPress, like right now, I guess. All right. Wait, what do you guys see? Okay, so you guys still see the planner. Okay, good. Um, I'm not allowed to show you the back end. Why is my hat crooked? Is that better? Yeah, it's better. All right. Hope they drop some new Warcraft skins. Some of the skins were actually really cool. Not gonna lie. Okay. Oh, I need a spot for the witchcraft powers too. Okay. Trying to figure out the quickest way to do it. This is gonna be my build. I'm gonna play like 7 different rogue builds. So I plan on playing Reign of Rose first. It's my first end game build. I probably level with Barrage or Dance of Knives. Haven't decided yet. But Reign of Rose is my first end game build. Granted that I find the items first over other builds. So Reign of Arrows is first. Rapid Fire is probably gonna be second. Heartseeker, Close Quarters Combat Heartseeker is third. Barrage is fourth. Pinshot is fifth. And I'm gonna do Flurry, then Twisting Blades, a 7. And then we'll do some meme stuff like Invigorating Strike build. Invigorating Strike, some Blade Shift type shenanigans. So I got a lot that I'm gonna be doing. I don't even like Designer at all. But like this is like one of the few songs I actually didn't mind him on. Just because like the cadences of his rap actually like sounds cool. Even if the lyrics are trash, it just sounds cool. Unlike like most of his other songs. Which for a hype song like this, you don't like your lyrics don't really need to be that great. It just needs to fit the vibe, which this totally does. Well, all systems are down on where time to game. All right. I still wonder what the easiest way to add a witchcraft or add a witchcraft in bed. Victimize, Heartseeker. Let's go to the skill tree. Guide because it focuses around completely different key passive and thus gearing is a bit different. It's time to embed. No, don't do this to me. Come on. Okay, there we go. Okay, Heartseeker. Oh man, I gotta get rid of whoops. Okay, so all right, so those two planners are there. I gotta add a Paragon board. Let's see, Victimize, Seeker, Paragon board. And then okay, then I guess we'll embed the wish powers. I guess I can. I wonder how weird this will look. I might have to center it. Or will it center itself? No. Okay, so I gotta do it. It's not gonna show up on whatchamacallit, is it? Full width. Align right, no. Align width. Okay, it's not gonna show, is it? Victimize rogue. Which powers? Come. Okay, let's see if this actually works out here. Okay. Cold clip. Start of Baratheon. Alright, so that's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's go down to the tab. See if that work out. Okay. Oof, I gotta add some spacers. Okay, so it did align middle. Okay, that's fine. I just gotta add some spacers. It'll be fine. Okay. Back to the back end. Spacer. Just do 20. Actually, we can just duplicate, right? Move it down. Yeah. Move it down. And so, am I still a teacher? Yes. Hey Doc, so what do you think about Pinshot building season 7? We're back to doing precision Pinshot, which is, I guess, going to feel pretty good. It's still got some ways to go. I mean, we have it in B tier. It's not terrible, but like you'll be able to do like all the like if your goal is like, let's say, you know, speed farm 100s at some point, then you can definitely do it on Pinshot. But it's just there are just other builds that are just stronger, but it's not bad. I'll put it that way. Wait, how come I didn't update? Or is it being slow to update? Hold on. I wonder if it's gonna like suggest it. There you go. Good. All right, let's see if it actually went through. Come on. Spacers are a little better. I'm gonna add more wording here to kind of make it look a little better. Okay. Cool. All right, well, that is done. Is there a functional difference between using dagger swords, or are they just stat 6? If your build scales off of close quarters or close damage, then daggers are considered better just because they have the close damage implicit. It's not a lot, but it's something. If you're doing precision build with crit damage, then swords have the crit damage implicit, so you would technically want swords. However, daggers, if you have 2 daggers especially, it does make your dash and shadow step feel slightly more responsive, because daggers just have more attack speed, like slightly more attack speed than swords do. So from a feel standpoint, you'll see people tend to do double daggers over swords, even if you are going a precision build. But it, like, literally, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, honestly. The difference is so minor and small that it just becomes like a preference. I guess go for the scaling for whatever build it is. Am I going to sneak in some D3 Season 34 Friday? I want to play Season 34. I really do, but man, like, I can't. I'm going to be like neck deep in doing guides for like the next week and a half, 2 weeks or whatever on YouTube. It's the only time I really do video guides, so it's like I can't like take time from it. It just sucks that the season starts so like so quickly, so early. But can we look at the tier list and Maxroll? It should already be there. Tier list came out 2 days ago. We're supposed to be sleeping for the season opening later. Yeah, well, my sleep schedule is kind of messed up because I've been working all weekend on builds. So my sleep schedule is like all out of whack. I slept a good chunk of the day, so I'm actually up right now. But yeah, I do need to actually go to bed soon. But I just wanted to say hi though. It's not showing on maxrollgg right now. Is it really? All right, let's oh, that's because the thing is bugged right now. Like, you can't even go to build. Like, the whole thing right now is kind of bugged on the top. You have to go through. I think if you can find it through the home page right now, I think it's the only way to get to it. Well, I know in-game tier list is around here. Pausing and get, here we go. Yeah, so if you go through home and click on one of the tabs, you can do it this way. I don't know why. We'll get it fixed soon, but here's a direct link to it. Which build am I going to go for? A lot of them. I'm going to start with Rain of Arrows in game. Then I'm going to do Rapid Fire after that. Then I'm going to do Heartseeker. Then Barrage. Then Pin Shot. Basically almost the order of the tier list. Mainly because I want to make sure I play each build that I'm responsible for on Maxroll. So since I have 5 in-game builds, I'm going to play all 5. So I'm gonna do all that. I'm gonna do that first. Then I'm gonna go back and play some Flurry, Twisting Blades, and then probably some Invigor, probably some meme builds like Invigorating Strike and Blaze Shift. So there's gonna be a lot of setups I do, especially now that we got the armory. It's gonna be a lot of fun switching between the builds for different content and being able to save builds. I don't have to sit there. Like one day I'm gonna be like, I feel like playing Twist and Blaze today, so I'm just gonna hit the armory, hit the button, and then I'm off lane, which is gonna feel so nice. This is not a C tier, is it? That was B tier. Not B tier, but still. I almost think that penetration might actually be a little stronger than that. That's not, so this might need to come up a little bit, but I guess we'll see. In terms of like top end, now farming obviously Dance of Nas is way better, but on the D tier. So Twist and Blade strong again. Yep. Okay, then. Guess it's my turn. The roll isn't gonna work. Yeah. Who is that? Sir Duncan with the sub. Appreciate you. 14 months in a row. What a baller. Is it possible to use the same item for a couple of builds via armory? Yes. Yep. Because it saves like the item doesn't actually go into the armory. It just saves like what the item is. So like your items aren't going inside the armory, if that makes sense. I'm gonna play the bird or a trap rogue. Raven, what's going on? Happy New Year. I think I don't know. I think Dev Trap would be fun, honestly. New Bloodway OP, yes it is. I'm surprised to see that. I'm gonna say slip through the cracks, but more so would be what it is. Or as strong as it is, I'll put it that way. Versus I guess I don't know. What time does the season start? 10 o'clock a.m. PST. So if you're in the West Coast, it's 10 o'clock a.m. If you're in the East Coast, 1 p.m. If you're anywhere else, I couldn't tell you. How's it going, Doc? I hope you're having a good year so far. It's been all right. I will say that December and January have been rough months for streaming / content creating. My audience, I think, are people who kind of drop by that might not be like loyals, people who are here all the time. I think some people care, and some people were cool with me playing Path of Exile too, because it's another action RPG. But people did not like me playing Monster Hunter Rise or Learning Rise at all. So it's been a really rough like month and a half, I guess you could say, collectively, content creating wise. I do wish I can get to the point where like I can kind of bounce between games and keep a pretty steady audience, like like Rax and those guys. But that's way out of my league in terms of like growth, like way out of my league. 10 a.m. PST, yeah, 10 a.m. PST. I ain't been much online. Your life has been utterly trash. Don't say that. Hope all is well. Armory will help experiments a ton. Yes, it will. Yes, it was. It's probably like my favorite change. Like watching PoE 2. Yeah, some people here. Some people, like I said, like I think, like my fall off wasn't that big in PoE 2. Maybe I don't know. Maybe half the audience I normally would have sticked around to watch me play PoE 2. But after that, though, like the week, and I think it's like week and a half of playing Monster Hunter, it was like that was it. Like that was like the dagger. I had like almost no one to talk to in chat. It was rough, man. I was just like, oh man, guys, I'm just trying to, brush up on some Monster Hunter skills for Monster Hunter WoWs that come. That comes out pretty soon. So that's what I was trying to do. But I look back on it like maybe I shouldn't have streamed it. Maybe I should have just like played it off on the side. What? Yeah, you were. Is my injury better? Honestly, not really. I've actually been having more lower back pain alongside of the traditional pain I'm usually in. I'm hoping it's on the same side, so I'm wondering if it's just if it's related. I'm gonna have to get that checked out soon. People will watch WoWs though, probably. Yeah, probably so. I mean, Rise is old. It's, I don't say old game, but like, you know, like definitely past its prime. So I understand that like there's like no one in the category. But I was just trying to learn. I played World before, and I wanted to play something I didn't play before, and that was Rise. So I was like, you know what, we'll brush up on some, you know, on some monster hunting on the Rise. But yes, WoWs would be fun. I said, sorry, homie. I know that life. Yeah, I guess I just try not to complain about it. But it sucks. But it's to the point where I guess I'm so used to it that I'm gonna say remind myself, but it's like I don't know what it's like to not be in pain, you know, on like a daily basis. From the, you know, the surgery thing and or the I want to play D4, but Vion actually is investing in this game. I'm not as invested. He already did. He started in D4, right? He started playing D4 with Ace of Spades and Rob and whatever, right? So I mean, he was there for that. He just got exposed in PoE 2 because these systems are a bit more complicated, so he couldn't hide the fact that, you know, he didn't know what he was doing, which was, I thought, was quite hilarious. The fact that he was so unaware that you have to look like you know what you're doing in order to convince people that you're actually playing the account is what makes it all the more hilarious. It's like you didn't even try to like figure out how people put maps, you know, put, you know, waystones into maps, right? You know, or, you know, how to actually click on the map to put a waystone on it. Like you didn't even like bother to try to figure that out before you streamed to, you know, a bunch of, you know, people is just like, how could you be that like just miffed, right? I don't know. Like I felt like he could have, you know, like made a better attempt at trying to hide the fact that wasn't that he's actually playing the account. Obviously, people who know the game or play the game already knew that there's no way you can do what you do and have a top level hardcore character at the same exact time in a game that requires 12 plus hours a day at the minimum to get to that point. It's literally impossible. You just can't, you know, unless you invent some sort of like, I don't know, like time altering machine where like, you know, like the time chamber where like, you know, you could sit there and play for a year, but it's only been for a day, right? Like maybe you invented one of those, and if so, let me know, because, you know, I'd cop one of those for sure. You know what I'm saying? Like if you find out how to do that, let me know. You know, let you know for sure. Let me know. But Quinn was saying Elon was playing PoE too while he was on stage with. Is it Quinn? Quinn? You said Quinn? Oh, I read that wrong. Never mind. I sorry. I totally read that wrong. Oh, yeah, I read that wrong. So like his account was playing while Elon was on stage. Legit, right? The map before things on it, yeah. But anyhow, after I played in Rage Quit PoE 2, I can't help but see all those same IT problems in videos. So I don't enjoy watching it either. Any tips for making your own rapid fire build? My second season first rogue. I don't really, so you want to go combo points. Um, it's absolutely not worth trying to experiment with the different specializations on rapid fire. It's you would hate life if you try to do it that way. So definitely combo points. You can choose to go with an imbuement or not. You don't have to. I would say puncture or Heartseeker for a generator. Make sure you do have Scoundrel's Kiss in your build. That makes or breaks rapid fire no matter how you want to play it. And Scout Hunter, I think. Scout Hunter, Scoundrel's Kiss, Combination Dagger are like your absolute must to have. Past that point, you can kind of like branch off and do your own thing. So, but there are some necessities though. So you recommend Rain of Arrows as a starter? No. So like someone was asking me if he wanted to make his own rapid fire build. He or she wanted to make his own rapid fire build. So I was just speaking about that. You want to play the Burry, but Trap Rogue is good. I'm torn. Trap Rogue is good this season. You know, Spiritborn Burry build. We have it on Maxroll, or should, I believe. But it's super weird to hear some streamers excuse themselves that they play D4 while playing PoE 2. I love the review that people just play multiple games and it's fine. I appreciate that, actually. I really do. I will say that it's easier for me to do it because I don't live for I don't live off the content. So like this doesn't pay my bills. Don't get me wrong, I can pay a cell phone bill, you know, maybe some car insurance. I could supersize my fries at McDonald's. And a couple other perks probably. Gas money, roughly, right? Like this isn't my livelihood per se. So like I don't have to pander to my audience or, you know, or to fit the popular narrative, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not saying that all streamers do that. That's not what I'm saying. But I have much less of a reason to make the attempt to do so because I don't live off of this. If someone's livelihood is based off of content creation, then having a certain image and playing into the narrative is better for their content overall. I know some people, I'm not going to mention any names, and you know, I'm not going to, you know, say yes or no to any names if anyone mentions in the chat, but I do know some people who tend to pander to that. And that's what they do because it's just good for content. And a few of those people don't like doing it, but kind of feel like they have to. Now, I still think I will have my own opinion, even if I was a bigger streamer. But because I mean, honestly, either you like me for who I am or you don't. You know what I mean? Like most people know where I stand with a lot of things, so I'm not going to change that, you know, based on the audience that comes into the chat. So you either like it or you don't, and it's okay. Like nothing wrong with it. What build should you level with? Dance of Knives is the best leveling build. Also the most straightforward. I usually would just recommend this during Dance of Knives. It's just so good early game. It's seamless. It's super easy. I don't know how well I can really make a precision barrage this season. Or next season, actually, sorry. I guess we could try. Is Pinshot going to be booty again? It would be considerably smaller cheeks. I'll put it that way. I don't know if that helps you or not. But it's better than it was before. Compared to the other rogue builds, it's towards the bottom of it's towards the bottom of the good builds. I'll put it that way. You have good builds and like great builds, good builds, and then like builds that you just don't touch. Pinch shot is still a good build. It's just towards the bottom of it. It's like professional sports, right? Like, if you made it to the NFL or you made it to the, MLB or, NBA, I mean, you got to be good, but there's levels to being good in that sport. Like, you can still be trash as an NBA player compared to other NBA players, but you're good enough to make the NBA, so you're still good. You're just bad, or you're just at the bottom of the other players that are way better than you. And you know what I'm saying? That's probably the best example I can give in terms of pinch shot. So pinch shot made it, is what I'm saying. It made it, but it's like third stream player, right? It's like third stream, second stream. They put you in when the game is already over type thing. But you made it though, so there's that. You're also a nice balanced person, or nice and balanced person. Well, thanks. True, but it doesn't help streamers when they kind of make money from both, but play to PvP community with excuses, no integrity in my view. I try not to think about it. You're not wrong, but I try not to think about it. Like I said, people do things for content. I'll put it this way. I'll give you a good example. I don't mean this in a bad way, because I actually do. I won't sit and really watch Quinn on a daily basis or whatever, or basis really at all. It's just not my type of content. I don't dislike him as a person, but he's definitely a different person off stream than when he is on stream. He does not act the same way. He's considerably more laid back and chill and not as baity at all whatsoever. It's what he does is for the content on stream, but outside he's not that person. Quinn is, like Sergio said, Quinn is a personality. But I guarantee people who may not like Quinn content would probably like him a lot in person. And like I said, it's that's a choice, and obviously he's doing really well. So you can't really knock the choice. All right, let's try to make some precision barrage work out. It's Tim. Actually, what's this, Pac? How much are you back to teaching? Still kind of part-time. I still can't do it. I still can't do it full-time. So I don't teach as many classes during the day. I would do at least 3 classes, and then maybe after school activity, depending on what it is. Now I'm just kind of down to 2 classes and almost no after school activities until March of Band season. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of unfortunate because, obviously they're, especially this year, because, I'm, on contract to, work the amount of hours not say my hour, but do the amount of work I'm supposed to do, with the salary pay or whatnot. But I'm pretty sure that will be adjusted going on next school year for sure, which makes sense. I mean, I'm obviously doing less work, so I'm not upset about that. But they were okay with just, with allowing me to do that. Are blood necros this season doing pre-nerf spiritborn damage? Close. I won't say close. It's I would say it's knocking on the door of it, yes, which is why I think it's quite interesting.
Yo, dark side.
That they let
we
it
just
be
got
that way.
raided, son. Don the Crown. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
Sheezy out.
Dunfer Crown raided my stream with 137
What is up, man?
views.
How's it going, man? Yo, I've been checking out your content quite a bit in the past month, and I actually didn't know you started off in PoE, like the original PoE initially. But it's nice to see that you're doing well for yourself for it, and you look happy, which is, I think, is also very important. Definitely a underrated thing that, you know, people may not necessarily think about. So good stuff, man. Anyhow, my voice is cracked. That was embarrassing. So, anyhow, just doing variations or of builds I've already done on Maxroll. So I'm all done. I'm just giving people different ways to play a certain build now. So like I'm going back and doing that real quick. And then I might test some things that I don't know. I'm not 100% sure it works. Like I'm 80% sure that Subterfuge actually works with the dance Paragon node, legendary Paragon node. It should, because it's tagged that way, but we all know how it works in D4. That doesn't make anything. So we'll see. But welcome aboard. Cool. That's cool. It is cool with that. Yeah, I will say that. I mean, I've been pretty valuable to them. They sought me out before I started working at the school because I was semi-retired. It's a long story to go with that. But they sought me out or whatever, and they've been wanting me to work at that school for years when I was at a different school. So I think they're just kind of happy to have me on board. So it's like, yo, yeah, man. As long as you don't quit, you can be here for, you know, part time, and you know, do what you gotta do. Take the time you need, man. Like don't even worry about it. So I'm grateful for that, and I definitely don't want to abuse that in any means, right? D4 is perfect. 0 bugs. Turducken. No, he's being sarcastic. Nah, but he said, let me get D3 season Friday too. Crazy. Your ass, Elon. Oh my god, that day. I wish D3 didn't like that. I love the season theme, but I wish it did not launch the same week as D4 season. Like, I don't have time to play both. It's legit, literally impossible to try to play both. Only 4 things on this unique, pathetic. Yeah. That Elon situation is crazy. Where do you think Shadow Clone will fit nicely? Everywhere that doesn't have another ultimate. So if you're not doing like Rain of Arrows, which is an ultimate build, if you're not doing Death Trap, which is an ultimate build, then you basically should have Shadow Clone on almost every other build, basically. Like, that's kind of where it's at on Rogue, which is, you know, a good thing. Like, finally, that's the... That's why we need PvP right now. I'm not saying but I guess for me, I got to put out content though. Like I can't, like, I don't like putting out build guides before a season starts, even if I played a little bit of it in the PTR, because things change from the PTR. I want to play it and do it with the gear, like mediocre gear that I found in the first couple of days of playing that build. So my guys can be pretty relatable in the sense. But I also got to make sure I put those guys out quickly. So like I can't wait like 2 or 3 weeks before I start putting out my build guys. Like I gotta, if I'm gonna do it the way that I'm choosing to do it, I gotta like have that like for instance, like Rain of Arrows video guide will be out in about within the first 3 days or so, 2 or 3 days, right? So like I gotta do that, and I gotta get decent enough gear, okay enough gear to be able to showcase the power of it, but also not have perfect gear to where everyone's like, oh, you're only doing that because you have you know, Chinese gear or whatever, right? So like, still want to be relatable, but get it out quick. And then I got to do the same thing for the other 4 guides that I got on Maxroll. So it's like every 3 days should be a build guide in a sense. I do one, then I put in an armory, do another, or you know, spend 3 days farming that for that, play it for a little bit, put an armory, etc., you know. But that's kind of the schedule, and like D3 would completely like ruin that. Unfortunately, I get it though. I mean, people who do play, you know, people who do play D3 on like a regular or whatever like that. I mean, for them, I mean, you know, it's kind of like, I'm glad it's coming this Friday. But for those who kind of want to play both, it's like, it sucks. Where it's like, dang it, it's coming this Friday. I'm trying to think of what else. Did I actually do the breakpoints right on this? I don't know. Also, why did I do Fist of Fate? Was there a reason? Oh, because I was struggling with resources. That's why, even with Starless. I wonder if I can chuck in code imbuement somewhere, like get enough stacks of code imbuement to kind of just be able to spam code imbuement. And actually, yeah, I might be able to, now that I can put code imbuement on pants. And why do I got a chance to freeze for when I got I got Fist of Fate? Oh man. Are they doing D3, D4 the same week? Yep. D4 is within like 9 hours roughly. 10 hours, 9 hours or whatever. And then D3 is Friday. 10 hours and 1 minute down to the timer. That was a long way to say you won't be sleeping this week. Yeah, pretty much. The first week is always always nutty for D4, but it makes sense as a content creator. But you know, I'm planning on, like, you know, like I always do, no life for the first week minimum, and then it tapers off after most of my build guide videos are kind of done. Then I kind of become more of a filthy casual at that point. It's kind of like I go from being like a semi blaster to like a casual. Let's see if I can get 12 code imbuement casts. Okay, so we get 12 code imbuement casts. So 14. I'm at to lower my shadow clone cooldown enough so I can keep resetting that. Shadow clone duration. I never actually like thought about that versus like the shadow clone cooldown reduction. The cooldown reduction makes more sense. So I'm just kind of wondering why that's even there. Okay. Wait, why do I have armor there? Yeah, I don't know why. Okay, so we'll just do cooldown reduction. That should be good. If I can get rid of Starless Skies, that would be great. I can't because of the resource. Actually, I won't say it'd be great, but it'd be easier to keep up the shadow clone and well, cold imbuement really. Okay, so we got cold imbue, speed, attacks. You cold and view my heart. Danger was up. I'm here for the never-ending cycle of changes that keep me awake at night. Oh man, how's it going, Danger? I'm just doing variations now. Right. Guys are, we're done yesterday, but now I'm thinking about like variations that I can add to a guy. So it's like, hey, I know you're doing this, but maybe you want to do this in the future. Or you want, a damaged barrage versus a victimized barrage, who knows? Or maybe you just want to play a wind force because you got a dope wind force and you're just like, how can I use that in the build? Well, here you go. People ask that all the time. Is that I got this item? What build can I build around or use with? And it's like, I got one, just one, but I got one. The rapid fire rain and twisting this season, roughly the range, AoE, and melee archetypes. Well, range is actually like legit, actually range this time. It's not just marksman skills. It's actually a range thing this time around. So I'm actually I'm actually excited about that. Blood Master, what's going on? I'm glad to have a break from PoE too. Master getting boring. I'm not into the same punishment if you die. The picture of Musk versus Zuck. Is it Zach or Zuck? And PvP arena with no gear naked make you laugh. I haven't seen that actually. Do you have a GA rings and crossbow? I think most of my gear is practically like cleared out now because I don't really keep all that stuff going into Eternal. So I only kept whatever I'm like using. No. Streamer bots, user quota has been used up. Really? Quota exceeded. Actually, let me see how this works. Does Shadow Clone break Dance of Knives snapshot? I don't think so. Reaching D4 and D3 same time. I feel you. Let me see something real quick. Okay, so I can chat to both, but the thing won't show up for both for me. Yeah, I'm sad about that too, honestly. And it's a good season theme too. That's what makes me also kind of feel a certain way about it. It's pretty stupid. Yeah, but at the same time though, like there is a dedicated Diablo 3 audience still, believe it or not. You think, the game is actually not dead. It's like dead in terms of content creation, but it's not dead in terms of player base. And so I think for those people, making them wait, so therefore people who do play D4 might want to play D3 a month later, like wouldn't be cool for the D3 player base. Although I'm saying this as somebody who would prefer the season to be pushed out like 3 or 4 weeks from now. But I can also understand the other side of it too, but it sucks. Because my thing is that how did it get to a point where it's like this now. Like it wasn't supposed to be released in the middle of D4 season. So like whatever happened, like it's just should just be a 3-month cycle between the two, right? Like D3 releases a month and a half into D4, and then just, you know, that's how it's supposed to be. So yeah. What's the difference between ultimate damage or damage too close for trap builds? I've seen damage too close a few times, but never tried it yourself. I believe the death trap builds are now considered core skill, and therefore you go with close quarters combat for the key passive, and so the close quarters combat scales multiplicatively. Close damage scales multiplicatively with the passive. So close damage is more valuable than ultimate damage in a death trap build because of that. Say hurrah for real range. I know. I guess it's gonna be interesting. I don't even have second win at all. Or barrier generation. Well, this is ballsy. That should be fine though. Yeah, let's say where people will play these two if it wasn't released at the same time. Oh yeah, well yeah, yeah, true. That is a true statement. It's just, yeah, it's unfortunate. Like I said, I'm on the side of wanting to push it back and totally see people who are really wanting to play that season theme and don't care for D4 or Path of Exile or Last Epoch or whatever to just have it now, I guess, right? So I don't know. Just watching the Barrage guide and came here. So this is just a variation change. So if you looked at updating the variation, I'll put it that way. So you know how this is the traditional Barrage guide with Victimize. When I'm updating right now, which I haven't done, and the guides are the variation. So you have the starter, ancestral, mythic, speed farming, pushing, and then variation. So this is precision barrage with wind force. So I haven't updated that yet, which I'm doing right now. But I'm not changing the actual guide itself, like the just adding or updating the variation. So it's one of those things where it's kind of like maybe somebody might not like Victimize and have a really super cool and beefy wind force or whatever. And it's just like, can I make a builder out of it? And the answer is yes. So that's kind of what this is. I don't think there's much more ever you need to do with some of these here. Most of these are I might have to change this branch and volleys. It's so not necessary, especially with the clone actually dealing damage now. Maybe we can do a more clone focused, or maybe who's that? Appreciate the follow. Maybe we can do is it Behemoth? Bust me and my clone. I should be able to get this off a cooldown quite quickly, so I think that'll work. Better, considerably better single target damage. All right, what else is there? What's best for pit? Can't seem to do damage to level 50 boss. Maybe just weak items. That's just not having the gear. I think most builds can pretty much slay T4 content. It's just a matter of just kind of getting this stuff, getting the gear, getting the master working correctly and stuff. And that can definitely take some time to do. Thoughts on Windforce? The buff mid-season that they did this current season was actually good. It actually makes Windforce actually better on Barrage, on precision Barrage builds, actually. Technically speaking, I guess you can go Barrage. You can do close quarters combat Barrage, now that I think about it. Since you'll want to be up close mostly to shotgun anyways. I don't know. I think the damage would be more consistent though. Like the precision burst, even though it only happens once out of every 4 shots. But like the burst, so like the burst would be incredible with precision. Like your damage would be way more consistent with close quarters. So yeah, I don't know. Also considering that you're not running Sky Hunter, so all right, Chief, you have a good one. Hey man, thanks for the bills. Can't wait to season 7. Nothing wrong with enjoying both PoE 2 and D4, as I said. Yeah, bro, I feel the same way. I've been saying that all throughout December and whatnot. Like I enjoy playing both games. It's the internet would make you seem like you're the weirdo for for that, but I mean the reality is like, yeah, I like playing both, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know what? I think I might actually build this close quarters combat over precision. Because 1 and 4 means you only get this buff 25% of the time. I just don't think it's strong enough for 25%. I forgot we have Victimize now, but I'll get my fix of that from D3 guide. Is that the starting set for season 34? If so, that's like so good. Yeah, I'm almost thinking about to do close quarters combat. Yeah, just because it's just not going to be consistent enough to do it with precision, and we don't have a Sky Hunter, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I guess this works. Also, it will be a good way to segue from like close quarters combat Heartseeker to close quarters combat Barrage. You could do either or. Like you can literally just swap from one to the other because it's like literally the same thing. Or not literally the same thing, but like gear pieces are gonna be pretty similar. So maybe this is a good idea. Nah, never. What up, Juggernaut? What's happening, bro? Not a big issue, but just in case it was missed, a summary part when Rails bill has not been updated, and it's still about Flurry. All right, let's take a look at that. Or I'll take a look at it. See if I can get around to it this way. We'll go through home. Oh, sure it is. I just need to change Flurry with Heartseeker, basically. I will make the edit now. Season 7. I don't have a command for that. What do you want to know? We have like season 7 stuff on our Maxroll guide if you want to just check out Maxroll. That's awesome. Thanks. Yeah, good catch. I literally didn't. I'm surprised I didn't catch that because it's like right there. At the same time though, I know I was like exhausted doing these guys over the weekend. Okay. All right, that's been updated. Or it's updating now. Yeah. All right, it should be there now. You was wondering when it drops. Oh, it drops in 9 hours. 8 hours. 8 hours? 9 hours. 10 hours. 9 hours. Okay, yeah, 9.5 hours. I have a bill for you to look at if I'm interested. You can DM me. I'm trying to finish up a variation here, but absolutely DM me. What kind of build is it? Close damage. Shadow Clone Dash Road. Ah, okay. I can see Shadow Clone doing a lot of damage with Dash. I can see that. Sharing for Discord for me. Cool, cool. They're close. Damage close. I'm gonna change the GAs to Dex though. I'm no longer crit damage based. Should be better for Soul Harvest anyway, so. You're gonna love it. You're gonna start with it. It's nice to see something different For sure. Surprised to see that as like, you're not leveling with it, are you, or can you? I would assume that'd be pretty aspect heavy, right? I'm actually more vested into this now that I switched it to close quarters combat. Now I'm just like, huh. Like my interest just peaked up a little bit. I'm actually wondering if I should do dash though. Maybe I should do like maybe I should do Flurry for the movement. And we don't really need an unstoppable, right? So I don't know. People might actually prefer dash over Flurry though. Movement. This would make it different to not have a dash or a shadow step though. I mean, it's basically like having a shadow step that has no cooldown. So I mean, I guess why not? And you have to hit with the melee attack anyway. So yeah, I guess we'll keep the. Yeah, that'll work. Ooh, I want to take this. Oh man, I'm gonna. Where do I have points that I don't need? I want to make my clone stronger, so we'll put points here. Definitely need innovation. Need the second one. Actually, you know what? We'll get rid of this. I can get a bigger buff with whatchamacallit now. I guess you remembered. Shadow. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that'd actually be a better choice, actually. This will allow me to save some points. Beef that up. Now I got 3 points back down. Will Rogue be good for 105 fast runs? Yeah. The top 7 Rogue builds can do that. I noticed that a lot of Archer builds don't use multiple core abilities. Is there any reason for this? Like Barrage and Rapid Fire and Spinning Build. It's not worth. It's not worth trying to gear up for both or gear around both unless you're trying to do like a preparation precision build, which actually kind of got preparation stacking got nerfed. So it's you don't want to do that, honestly. I can't decide between Rain of Arrows or Death Trap. What would be the best activities for each, you think? Speed Farm, Pit, Open World, Horde, Exit, etc. Honestly, it's really just a playstyle thing, Monkey Toy. Depth Trap requires you to be up close and personal and pulling everything to you. Rain of Arrows is a long distance bomber that, you know, covers the entire screen with arrows. So I think it's more of a playstyle thing. Yes, and knives would be okay. Yeah, that'd be fine. Is season 7 active yet? No. If it was, I would not be in the planner. I'd be playing, killing, leveling. Hex up, appreciate the follow. Oh yes, I included 11 and Barrett. Just had to evade to draw them. Then press and hold all buttons except dash, alternate spamming, evade and dash. Okay. Hello, Rogue Building Season 7. Can you be a little more specific? If you don't mind. Can you leak your build for Dance with Knives? I personally don't have one because I'm not really the biggest fan of Dance with Knives. I know that probably sounds really weird. More so because I play so much God 6 Demon Hunter and Diablo 3, which is where it comes from. I prefer it there. But the build on Maxroll is really well done. I would totally check that out by Mippy. Yeah, I think so. So we did close damage on all of these. Core skills. I wonder what breakpoint I end up with. I'm gonna have to look at that in a second. Yeah, I'm actually more excited about this than I thought I would be initially. Like something I will actually play. Like I will actually like jump on and actually play this myself. Perhaps maybe over the Victimize version. Just because I don't really like Victimize as a key passive in general. I feel like they mechanically, I wish it worked the way that I used to. Instead of it being like a proc based build that I just don't really care for or about. Okay, so we got Cheap Shot, Exploit Weakness, Deadly Ambush. But Poison Barrage. Oh, you mean Andy's? And Dario's? Yeah, that's no longer really a thing. I mean, it's there. You can do it, but it's not. It's not It's not what it once was. I think I'll just put it that way. It was like that in season 6, and it's still mostly like that in season 7, I believe. Okay. Okay, Deadly Ambush is still good. Oh, Eldritch Bounty. That's all pretty good buff there. So I guess we'll get rid of. Because we got to go Tricks of the Trade. So Tricks of the Trade and Eldritch Bounty. This is a variation. I don't have to worry about the order. Got Tricks of the Trade. can still go out that way, right? Yeah, so we got a 64 strength on the Eldritch Bounty board, 69 on No Witness. I guess we're just missing one. Or I guess we could do it on the starting board too. I haven't really thought about that, honestly. Or I guess you know what I could do? Maybe I can... I know what I can do. This is what you do. Classic. All right. Maybe I can just steal the Paragon board from here. Yeah, I literally can do that. I can literally just steal this entire Paragon board. It literally works. Oh man, oh wait. That saves me a lot of time. That's hilarious board. Oh, this right here. Yeah, it's funny how it worked out. Like I didn't do it on purpose, but it was like around board 4. I started realizing I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, it's like a tower, right? Like it's a tower, and then when you look at the very end of it, you just launch off that way, right? So it's like a tower with a satellite at the end. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this works. CQC Barrage. Can't name it Precision anymore. Literally, if I want to transition from close quarters Heartseeker to close quarters Barrage, it's such an easy transition. That'd be great for people who want to play multiple builds. It's like, hey, I got to win for us. You know, can I use this? I'm like, yep, just take close quarters combat Heartseeker and basically use most of that and do your Barrage setup. Okay, well, that was easier than I thought it was going to be. Now it's time to go to... Oh, why do I get the rapid fire thing? I wish I changed this, but I don't know what to change this to. Actually, I do. I feel like I'm going to be a little slightly squishier than I would like. Maximum life being also kind of low. Actually, how much res do I have? I'm at 70. Oh, 210. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, I can give away some res for life here. There you go. I boof up the life a little bit. Where am I at with the res? Still 70. Okay. Actually, though, I'll probably do life here too. What's my armor looking like? Oof, only 578. Okay, so now I'm gonna have to. And you also need to remove the gems from the slot, so I have a better picture, and then just do 24. Percent for all res. Okay, no, wait a minute, because 160, 320, 480, so 520 armor. So yeah, I'll be capped with this actually, with the gems. So I don't have to worry about the armor part of things. Question is, do I actually need off resistance here? I do not. Also establish some health. Okay, we're a little tankier. I'll take that. Yeah, so then we got the 62. $36, so minus 12. Actually, no, wait a minute, because minus 12 will give me 50. Which means Cerebral has to be made. No, nope, I'm gonna need to do all res somewhere probably. You can remove the attack speed. Because we do need some health. Probably just remove the crit damage actually. This is just additive. What is your attack speed? There seems to be a I haven't tried running in season 6. How much of a glass cannon would I say it is? It's not glassy at all. It's actually pretty tanky. Hey bros, how'd you like PoE 2? I liked it quite a bit. I had about 200 hours into it. I had quite a bit of fun playing it, but I was playing. But it's a new season in about 9.5 hours. Yeah, it's definitely not a glass cannon build at all. Any rogue build that can keep up the barrier almost permanently is not considered glass cannon. You're only really considered glass on rogue if your barrier drops or is down, or you just don't have a any investment into your barrier, which is kind of like this is gonna be honest. I don't have any investment into second wind, but for barrier generation, so we're looking at 60% of my maximum life as a barrier, which actually isn't bad, but I'd have to give up something important in order to get that back. Like maybe the movement speed here, which I don't want to give up. Actually, what is my movement speed actually? There it is. Okay, 159. Wait, is that without the dark shroud per? Wait, why do I have so much movement speed? Oh, Wind Force has movement speed. Yo, I was wondering. I'm like, how do I have so much movement speed? Oh, well then we can get rid of this. Throw some second wind. Wait, can I get second wind in this slot? Probably not. Okay, that's right. Barrier generation is fine. Wait, I can't get that either? Yeah, I can, because they're not in the same slot unless they changed it. I thought barrier generations in the second was in the other slot. Code imbue. Yeah, but that's barrier generation and second wind were not in this. Were not in the same slot though. They weren't in the same category. So you can actually get both. So like, so if I can't get second wind, I can get barrier generation. What changed? Let me see. Maybe the order. They're moving around in season. Maybe so. Actually, I can't even get second win at all on boots. Is that a thing? Okay, so I can get Barrier Generation, but I cannot get Cold Imbuement because of that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I was not aware of that. Okay. Well, I guess we can't give up the Cold Imbuement. We need the damage, the deeps. Okay. Well, never mind. Maybe no, that's movement speed. Trying to think of what else I could do. Yeah, I guess I can't do anything else different there. I guess I can remove the movement speed or something else, but well, I thought I had a solution, but guess not. Any recommendations on which class is good for season 7? I don't know. There's like a bad class. I think Sork is probably on the lower end of things in general, but outside of that, like Sork just doesn't have many like great builds at the moment. Like as you can see in our tier list here, there's nothing in S tier, and Fire Bolt is in the bottom of the A tier. Yeah, I mean any class but Sork, I guess. But at the same time, like Sork is better than what it was last season, if that makes sense. So it's just that the other classes got better buffs, bigger buffs, more impactful buffs, I guess. So, but I mean, honestly, just play what you want, man. Like you'll be able to do whatever you want in any of the content. So, sorry, Jordan, in the morning. Yeah. But yeah, if I could get one of the two in here, but I guess I can't. All right, well, it's all good. That is fine. All right, let's move on to. Let's see. Oh, well, there we go. I don't think I want to go this route either. Let's go this way. Since we're spamming. Okay. With that being said, I think Paragon Needle, because it's just so cool. The S plus will be doing. Well, we don't have like a S plus per se. What are the relative pit levels for this for the tier list this season? We don't release that information. We had a long talk about it, and collectively, I guess, upon a vote, we decided not to release the criteria or our criteria for tier lists. In terms, well, the metric, not criteria, but the metric. So I can't tell you that. All right, Machine Head, you have a good one. Necro Bloodweight looks like a S plus. See, yeah, we don't really have. We thought about doing S plus, like S plus tier, but I think the vote came out to not doing it. So the S tier builds have a little wider metric, I guess you could say. It's still a pretty high starting metric, but it's a little wider than, you know, from A to S or B to A or C to B, etc. But I guess at that point, you know, if your build is at the bottom of S tier, I mean, you're destroying everything anyway. So I guess it's a matter of how many more pit tiers you're gonna go up, I guess. What tier is that? Victimize is the best rogue leveling build. But end game is like B tier. Not really a good push build at all, but it's the best B farmer basically. I'm more curious. I guess I'm more curious what can do Pit 100 at this point. I think Pit 100 is a low bar at this point. It was pretty high bar before, like last season, but it's a low bar this season, especially with the new powers. So a lot of builds can do Pit 100. So like, there's even like, I'll put it this way, without giving the metric, basically all your B tier builds and some of your top C tier builds will be able to do 100 like pretty easily. So yeah, I mean, basically 70 something 80% of the builds can do it now, whereas last season that wasn't the case at all. Sorry, well, as this season it wasn't the case at all, but but it is now. So let's do aura siphoning here. So we got that. We'll take our specialization. I need 2 more Eldritch powers here. What are my core whatchamacallit looks like? Virgin Touch, Shaken Soul, Hex of Flames. Okay, I don't need Shaken Soul, but I do need Hex of Flames. Okay. Alright, 1 more Eldritch power. Okay, that's 3. Oh, I picked the wrong build. Supposed to be rapid fire. Yes. I have stun because it's just a face, so I guess we're okay. Hex of Flames. Alright, yeah, everything else is fine. Okay, and then the gems. Wicked Pack, of course. Witching Hour. Yeah, Wicked Pack, Witching Hour, and then a stone. I think all those apply here. Alright, good night, Vanilla. Depends on how far you go in the end game, though. Obviously, you'll still be good for a classic speed farm. I guess the thing is that anything past like Pit 100, it's just, just the, see how far how much damage your build actually does. past that tier. Um, it doesn't really provide much value, but I do think up to 100 to be able to level your glyphs and things like that is very, very important. Past that point, it's just having something else to do. Once your gear is maxed out, just to see how much higher you want to go. But then you get to a certain point where it gets exhausting trying to push pit, and then you start to hate yourself, and then you're wondering why you're doing this, and because pit is very imbalanced when pushing, and lots of fishing. So, and they didn't fix that or didn't do anything with that, which is kind of sad, honestly. But it is what it is. Oh, you were saying connected. Oh, actually, oh, sorry. We'll be able to get to 100 glyphs without Master Stroker. That's correct. Yes. Basically, yeah, it's considerably better all around to reach tier 100. For well, the majority of builds. No longer is it you hitting up your buddy for a Spiritborn for some glyph leveling for most builds if you're not like completely maxed out. So no more of that. I guess it would be Necro this time around if you had to do that, but no, but no. Wouldn't pit pushing be interesting if every 10 levels after 10 you get a pet or a cosmic piece? Or cosmetic piece. Honestly, in my opinion, not really. I say that because and this is just my opinion. This is not like this is not being objective. I think that pit is just poorly designed for anything past T100. And I say that because you can add little things like an achievement thing or whatever, but the problem is it's just how pit works in general at the higher end levels. It gets to a point where you're just having to fish like you did in Diablo 3, and for the ultra high levels, you have to spend your entire weekend literally trying to farm for a specific map or two on one boss, Spirit Caller, for the majority of builds. And if you don't get Spirit Caller, you have to reset. So like you can literally be spend 12, 13 hours and never get the right scenario on a push. You see what I'm saying? It's just because the pit bosses are imbalanced, because the mobs health versus the boss health is just completely imbalanced. The whole stagger mechanic thing just falls off the earth and higher level pits or whatever. It's just really not good for high end play in my opinion. I think Infernal Horrors would be a much better content to scale higher to see what your build can do than pits by a long shot. Honestly, Infernal Hordes is in my opinion, Infernal Hordes in terms of fun factor or just gameplay is concerned, I think Infernal Hordes is like peak Diablo for it, in my opinion. But because there's just a lot of chaos and and craziness in Infernal Hordes, but they don't scale, so it's just did you already go with pin shot? Well, I mean, I'm actually just going over variations right now, or doing variations for the guys I've already done. But pin shot's already done on Maxroll, so if you just want to take a look at that on Maxroll, you totally can. But this has the potential to be really good, though. I'm actually surprised how well this is turning out. Close quarters, wind force barrage. Wait, 24, wait, 44, 44, 44. So 20, oh, I got Rahid, so we're good. I just gotta rename it. Okay. All right. Let's see if it actually shows up. So her bursts have massive more HP. Not even just not honestly, it's really not even the bosses. I mean, I just think the whole thing should scale. Like kind of how similarly like pit scales. I just think Inferno Horse should scale. And there should be more waves or whatever, like the higher waves, more difficulty, more things get thrown at you. You can even remove the boons part and do like a special key just for like the pushing of the different wave or the additional waves or whatever. You can add actual difficulty instead of just more health and damage, which is what Pit does, and that's it. There's so many different ways you can kind of come after it. I just really think that's such a, Inferno Hordes is such a gold mine, man. Like, honestly, I don't. Maybe they're looking into it later in terms of changing some of the content lists that they did. They did no content changes at all whatsoever. Coming into the season, so maybe they're looking forward to it eventually at some point. But I just think that I don't know. I'll just put it this way: Inferno Horse can be extremely good and would satisfy players' wants and needs for a continuous vertical progression. You can keep Pit the way it is if you want, right? If people want to scale that way, they can. But I think we need another less fishy and then balanced metric of being able to like play our gear or whatever. But yeah, but Christian Cast, you're not wrong. But like I said, like with them scaling, the bosses will scale too, and therefore you have to fight them too as well. So you're right. So I think all around, I think it would just be better, right? Yeah, I would like the whole like roguelite type thing too. You move to the next room for it. Yeah. I'd be cool with something like that too as well. I played a lot of Hades and Hades 2. I love that game. I love roguelikes in general, so I'm a little biased there. So anything you could take from roguelikes, I'd be all for. Okay, so the planner didn't completely update. I'm gonna have to manually do it on like the website. So give me a sec. I gotta go on the back end. Or maybe I forgot. Are you playing Twisting Blades? I will at some point. I'm not gonna start with it, but I will play it. When this season's update will be going to be available in 9 hours. Can't wait for PoE2 break, Miss D4. I like both games. So like I'm happy to be able to like two different games and play them at two different time frames or whatever. I know the internet thinks that's just a blasphemous take, but I enjoy both games for different reasons. I like the fact that they're vastly different from each other. Like that makes it so I feel so like when I'm getting tired of playing D4 for the season, I can always go back to PoE2 for a refresher, right? It's like, oh, this feels great, to do these things in PoE2 and then play like a, month or so change or whatever PoE2 and then go back to D4 is like, oh man, this type of whatever that they do here that is good, feels good. I'm glad to be back to do, like I think the idea of them being so different from each other is a really good thing. It's a really good thing for people, like players in general. Like, yeah. So I love the fact that The two games are vastly different. I'll put it that way. Hey, bro, TB is going to be very strong at season 7. Yes, it will be. It's an S tier build. You only allowed to play one game, sorry, die. Well, that's what my audience, that's what my view count show. I'm hoping that's not the case going into the future. I hope more people give me a chance in other games and stuff that I play, but like people really like me in D4 and that's cool. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely appreciate that. But as a content creator and someone who likes to do multiple things and whatnot, I like D4, but there are times where I want to stream different games, even if it, tanks, my Twitch viewership or whatnot. Eventually, maybe I'll get there. Maybe I'll be able to kind of bounce between games and whatnot, and my audience will follow. But I understand why people don't. But it's like a mental thing for the content creator because it's like, oh man, do I have to do just this game or do I have to do just this one thing? You know what I'm saying? It's like that makes it very that's what creates burnout for some streamers. I'm a part-time streamer-ish. Or I guess semi part-time, semi full-time. I don't know what you call it. So I don't rely on this for money. But if I was full-time, I think my mental would be shot if I have to play just one game. If I have to just do, I don't know, Last Epoch, because that's where my audience is at. And then like I try to do, I don't know, Fall Guys for like 3 or 4 days and like everybody's gone. And it's just like, bro, I just want to play some Fall Guys with some friends, man. Like where'd y'all go? Like, cause then the income drops off and it's like, that's stress. That's so much stress on like the creator. With that being said, I do plan on playing Monster Hunter Wilds. So, hopefully I'll see about maybe half of y'all there. A third of y'all there maybe when I do play some of that too. I'm gonna play the beta weekend as well as when it launches. The PoE streaming community is very hard to get into successfully. I don't think I actually did that bad. I think maybe I would say about 60% of my audience stayed to watch me play PoE as a newbie, which is actually a lot more than I was expecting. The drop off is when I decided to play something else that wasn't an action RPG. That's when it fell off a cliff, went through the earth, ended up in China, and never to be seen again, sort of thing. But yeah. Okay. I forgot what I was doing. With that being said, like I said, I totally get it, but give me a shot with other games sometimes. I promise I won't go to some wild or crazy games that have no appeal. I promise. The next one would be Monster Hunter Wild, so there's definitely some appeal there. So, but check your boy out when I do a little bit of that too. So. I'm big into speed running. I know many creators who refer to being trapped in Mario jail because they're world-class runners and Super Mario Super 64, and then the viewership dies and do anything. Yeah, and that's always a very interesting thing. I will say something. I would say I don't want to use Darth microtransaction for the example, although he did a very good job of transitioning between games, because he actually was more of a Diablo Immortal gamer for some time. Mobile game, Diablo Immortal game, right? Gamer. And then D4 came out, he blew up big time, but then he was able to take his audience to other games, which was great. But I want to use the example of Vax Sandtrax, because Vax Sandtrax used to be like the sweat lord, try to push for high ranks or first in world and this, first in world and that, and or those kind of things. Like he was a very competitive gamer for some time, especially in Diablo 3. And I think over time, when he was trying to play other games, he was still struggling trying to get his player base to accept him playing other games. But I think when he decided to be a little bit more casual, when he didn't become as much of a tryhard or a sweat lord or whatever, when he became, playing casually, but just for a long time, over a long period. I mean, he was good at what he was doing, but you can obviously tell he's wasn't trying to be competitive or anything like that, right? So when Rax took that approach where he stopped caring about being competitive and just being more casual, like he was able to get an audience that wasn't caring about his gaming abilities, but more so of just him as a streamer. And he was able to take that audience as a more of a casual gamer, I guess, nowadays, versus what it used to be, and take the audience into different games, which is a smart move. It makes a lot of sense because because had he stayed in the Sweat Lord ideology, I think he would be where Woody is, in a sense. Like Woody Joe, I love the guy to death, and I actually watch Woody Joe probably more than anyone else outside of Cell Kittens, she's a personality. Really, really, really fun to hang out in her streams, like just to lurk in the streams. But like Woody is a sweat lord, and because he's very much about the skill, scalability and gameplay oriented type streamer. People look at him for like rank 1 clears or fastest in this clear or just ridiculously just pro gameplay, but they don't look at him for much else past that point. So he gets a lot of views when the competition stuff starts, but when there is no more competition or anything that he's doing competitive, he tends to drop off a little bit, because people move on to something else. It's like, okay, I've seen Woody do like the thing that no one else can do, basically. Now it's time to go watch so and so, and that's kind of what happens to his viewers, because so he's kind of stuck in that mode, if that makes sense. So he has a harder time transitioning to other games and stuff like that, or be able to take his entire audience or a lot of his audience into the games like Rax has been able to, despite the fact that Woody also has a massive following technically. Like when D4 came out, he had the highest view count. Like dude, like maxed out at almost 50,000 people watching him at one time at the beginning of the game launch, because people wanted to see him get to race to rank 1 or race to 100 first. So people were just everybody was watching him, and it was a treat actually watching how he played and his strategies and stuff like that. Did you see Woody's sleep schedule on VW2 release? Nah. But I can imagine though. But yeah, I mean, Woody's he's just not, he's not human, man. He's far from being human. I mean, there are some blasters, but man, like, Woody, Rob, those guys are just not human. It's funny because like I actually played with Rob once towards the start of D4, like D4 launch. I actually played with him. I was the rogue player in their group for the launch to race to 100. And like his schedule, like the way that we lined up the schedules, because we were different sides of the world or whatever, how we had to line up our sleep schedules to be able to maximize time and efficiency to be the first group to get there or whatever, was just ridiculous. I mean, the planning was insane. Solo saying is a crazy one for a marathon as well. Yeah, very, very true. I actually haven't seen him do much. I haven't seen Solo saying do much in the recent. He was insane in Diablo 3, but I haven't really seen much from him past that point. What does he do nowadays? I know sometimes he checks out D4, sometimes he checks out Path of Exile, but it's like you rarely ever see him on. Okay, I think I did it. He's so tired he can't type. How long is season coming out? 9 hours. Well, under 9. Speaking of which, I probably need to go soon so I can get some sleep to prepare, because I'm gonna play right at launch. So like I'll be streaming at launch, and I usually do like maybe 17 or 18 hours the first day usually. So I'm not gonna pull a 24-hour stream like some, or a 24-hour plus stream like the others are doing. More so, it's just I just can't really. I just like my body just won't let me do it. It's not that I don't want to try, or I wouldn't be willing to do it. It's just more so like my body's just like, nah, bro. What you doing, man? This ain't for you. Who's doing a 24-hour stream? A bunch of the those who like Blast D4 will do would do like a 24-hour stream at least. Rob will do it for sure. Rudy's probably gonna do it. Rax might. I don't know about dat mods. Panda Glassjaw might. Boiler might. I don't know. Like there's. Ray Jones, what's going on? Appreciate this. 2 months in a row. Will Dungeon be sweeping the spot or whatever? Yeah, Rob will play on the off hours, right? Actually, Donja's Rob's sister, or who's? I think so. Man, I'm new. Okay, I need to play all campaign again or jump. No, you don't have to play the campaign again. Okay, so my gyms don't update for some reason. Same thing with the Paragon board. That didn't update either. I guess it's in cache, and it's gonna take a while before it actually happens. I didn't need to add the wish powers though, and then I'll be done with variation updating. Appreciate the followers. Is there something new in D4 still the same? No, there's a lot of new things in D4. The internet would make you think that there isn't, but honestly, the season 7 is there's a lot of changes to classes, wish powers, etc. The issue, honestly, is just there's little to no changes to the actual like different types of content. That's a problem that a lot of us don't like, obviously. But they did everything else but that, which is I sure that's a lot of work, but man, like it'd be nice to have more scaling, vertical progression scaling. Maybe we'll see it in season 8. Who knows? And 20. Let's add wish power here. Probably should get rid of that, because we're definitely not gonna do that next season at all. Update miscellaneous. Got this. Heartseeker, any good news? It's A tier. It's good. It's better than it was last season or current season. But a lot of things also got better too, so you have to kind of keep that in mind. But yeah, I will be playing Heartseeker as well throughout the season. I'm not going to start with Heartseeker, but I will play Heartseeker a bit because, sorry, it was a lot of fun on the PTR. So I'm looking forward to it actually. Anyone picks up Grasp of Shadow, I want it. I didn't have anything positive to say about Grasp of Shadows when I was testing on PTR. Admittedly, I didn't do a lot of testing with it. But just my initial take from it was just kind of meh, but I guess it just depends on the build. Builds. I have to update that. I gotta add pen shot and some other stuff to that. Also need to add Rain of Arrows in there and some other stuff. But yeah, if you just check out Maxroll, you'll see all my builds there basically as well. If you find a good use for it, you'll see immediately when you see the build. Okay. God, WordPress is so slow right now. Come on. I gotta wait for it. All right, let's see if it did something. Okay. It still has to update. I'm do some last minute variation updates here on the back end. Okay. Okay. The update's still stuck in cache, but you'll be okay. Hey, that's how you saw the question. I did not. Sorry. Is Rapid Fire in-game build guy complete for season 7? I'm still working on it. Oh no, all my build guys are done. They were done like 24 hours ago, basically. I'm just working on variants right now. Like variants of guys that are already done. So like this Barrage guy was already done. But I wanted to include close quarters combat wind force Barrage. It's not part of the main guide, but it's a variant for somebody who may rather go this route, if that makes sense. That's all it is. So no, all the guys are the guys themselves are done. I'm just doing extra work basically. That I don't necessarily have to do, but I like to provide people with options, so that's what I'm doing. I think that is pretty much it. Random question: what's your web browser? Brave. I don't really do much. Like I'm not really crazy on, browser features. So I just want something simplistic that didn't, require a lot of resources. Since I usually have like 3,000 tabs open, so Brave works for that. Trust me, you don't want to see my main tabs. This is just this side tab that I opened up because I didn't want you to see the main tabs. Think Necro Bloodweight can do 150? Yeah. It will destroy it. Well, I don't know about. I'm gonna say destroy it. 5 to 10 minute clears with GG gear. Meaning most people won't be able to do it. But like, you get GG gear, you'll be able to finish it with between 5 to 10 minutes based on the boss basically. So, which is obviously very good. Don't get me wrong. Just I don't want to get the wrong impression that somebody can kind of just put on some Goodwill gear and then just be like, all right, 150, here we come. So nah. Not like Spiritborn ish. Chinese items, yeah. Heartseeker could be good, yeah. I plan on playing Heartseeker as well. I plan on playing a lot of builds. But yeah, Heartseeker does well. It's close quarters combat though. But with the clone actually like carries its weight with Heartseeker, and it's very nice to have. I'm Asian, but not Chinese. All right, y'all. I think this is my time to head out. I think I need to go ahead and get some, log off, get some sleep, so I can wake up and blast tomorrow. So just know for those who are here, I will be streaming at launch, and I will be playing straight through. I'm playing Rogue, obviously. So if you got any questions or you want to see Rogue gameplay or whatever, you kind of know where to go. I know there'll be like a jillion streamers streaming at the time, but just come by and say hi to your boy, know what I'm saying? So who is that? Lord Nitro, appreciate the stuff for 5 months in a row. What a baller, appreciate you. Any hope for Showstep build? There's some kinks there's some things that are kind of unknown right now that hasn't been thoroughly tested. So it's kind of hard to tell. Showstep is better upcoming than it was this current season, so that's a good thing. But in terms of where its ceiling is, it's hard to know without a couple of things. So I do think that Shadowstep is with good gear, Shadowstep is the absolute fastest speed farmer probably in the game. Like, but it does require some absolute insanity gear. But it trying to see where to go to. Where to go to? Actually, Cope TV actually hangs out here quite a bit. Let's go to him. We'll give him some love. So say hi to Cope. He actually was in chat earlier today. And yeah, I will say it's great to see a good chunk of you guys back. I kind of miss having an audience. I had a little bit of it in PoE 2, and then I had like none for like the other games, but or next to another game. So it's kind of happy to see people to talk to and interact with. That's cool. But enjoy Cope TV. I'll see y'all in I guess a few hours. And as always, till next time.